Ours comes out of New Mexico, in the southwest of New Mexico. I know exactly where it is. The Homeland Security gentleman had said that he's reading my emails and told them good. They need to learn something.
Okay. Well, hopefully they do. Hopefully they learn to maybe leave us alone. But I guess that's their job to do otherwise. All right. So you definitely got the interest of the government. I guess, but at least in my situation, the way I got interested in me, they started abducting me. Do you get that kind of phenomenon with you?
They left alone, but what's been done with you is because you had strong reptilian DNA. There's a lot of folks in space. 8.1% of all our family, that's what they are in space, are actually quite beneficial. The problems are down here on this planet. They're mostly Anunnaki, which is reptilian humanoid. It's not bad. It's reptilian. The Anunnaki home planet is literally on the outside of the Pleiades galaxy. But the ones that are here, I call them Anunnakis because they're just a bunch of ninnies. They've been here for 11 million years. They've been controlling this planet for 10 million years. And they've been in these. There's beneficial ones that have been working with you, literally taking away your reptilian type DNA. And there's another group that's represents some type of business with the Anunnaki that they're trying to cause problems. Like on your pituitary gland tonight, we took off that little piece of some type of receptor. It had 4 little prongs to hook on, and then 2 sensors that came out that make little little pinprick points on the pituitary gland. And the pituitary gland in the brain is used to make high definition of what you're trying to see. The pineal gland, hypothalamus, pituitary are all located on the brainstem, but the energy fields for it, the pineal gland energy field, which produces images in the front of your brain. The hypothalamus is like a tube that's in the middle of the brain that creates the understanding for what the pineal gland actually sees to make sense of the regular conscious mind. And then the pituitary gland puts the high definition image on everything, and that's what they wanted. They wanted to have like hook into your pituitary gland to get the high image, the HD image of what you're seeing, what's going on in your brain. But anyway, they can't do that anymore.
All right, so that's just one of their methods. And now let's go back a little bit about because it sounded like there was multiple factions of these Anunnakis. Now, first of all, describe what when I think of an Anunnaki, I think of maybe a 12-foot tall human. Is that a wrong perception?
Honestly, I'd say it's more like maybe 6 to 8 foot. They can get bigger. They can be a little smaller, but maybe actually 7 to 6.5 to 8 foot is normal. They are reptilian. If you would take a combination of something like maybe a velociraptor and a gecko and then a human, if you put it together, that's kind of what it looked like.
Okay, so they have, I mean, do they appear human? Or can they appear human?
They're humanish. Oh, yeah, actually, just the way a chameleon can change color, they literally consume the DNA of another race, and they can literally mimic most of the races. It takes a little bit of time.
Okay, so they could be amongst us.
Yeah, actually, there's 7 major Anunnaki hybrids. Almost all of us have Anunnaki DNA within us. It started millions of years ago. But if someone's DNA is 40% reptilian or more, they start having skin problems. Actually, get the shots to take care of it. There's stuff out there. Shingles is something that's related to it. They say it's a virus. Well, call it what you want. I don't care. That's what it is.
Is this tied into the Enlil Inky story with Zachariah Stitchin?
Actually, a lot of the stuff that he's written, he can touch base on a couple things, but then he slides off. He tries to go, kind of biblical with stuff. The truth is different than what anyone's been allowed to know about up until this point. That's part of the reason I'm here for my last life.
Okay, well, it would probably take too long to go over what exactly happened in ancient Sumeria. Is that where, I guess that's where the story of the Anunnakis originated. But I guess, but let's just move on here because maybe we'll have to say that for another time. But So these Anunnakis run the planet. Well, and it sounds like there's different factions. Is it possible one of the factions is called the Therians? Does that name ring a bell to you, Therians?
No, it doesn't. But as far as ringing a bell, someone made that name for trying to represent one of the factions, and they had an idea of who they were talking to. I'm getting like 3-4 on that. It's like the third or fourth power level of the Anunnaki that are here. There's like 7 major families that are strong. 5 of them are really strong, and actually they're kind of warring with each other. A few years ago, when I started getting, they actually came and talked to me, but by telepathy. There's 38,500 of them, a little more than that. A little over 22,000 of them are actually very light. Right now there's less than 38,500, and there's a little more than 22,000 plus that were here before that are actually light. The warning factors, they've been going at each other, wanting control. Reptilian races are just extremely aggressive.
So even if they're benevolent and of the light, they just seem to be, they get easily angered at each other.
Yeah, and they can get kind of silly. But also, when you have something that's aggressive and you put, something negative in it, then you got trouble.
Yeah, then you got like someone who's sadistic. Okay, well, so as far as, I guess, what you see going on in me, because you mentioned that when you do health problem, flu-like symptoms for over 6 months, and I came to you looking for some help. And of course, I was skeptical at first if you would actually be able to help me, but really quickly that you were very gifted in what you saw, because you claimed that there was nanobots. And I didn't even ask. I was about to ask you if you thought it was nanites, because you saw this black stuff in my liver. And well, why don't you explain a little bit about what you saw? This black stuff.
Yeah, when I look at people, I can look at, you can think of somebody and just say 1 or 2 words, and then your brain actually produces right here on the top, it produces the thought pattern where you're thinking of someone. I just go to them, I can look at them, I can tell you whether they've had accidents with their spine, stuff like that. But when you and I were talking, I saw that going on. And of course, that was over the phone. I'd never met you yet. There's a group of our friends in space. Like I said, 98.1% of all the ships in space are friendly and actually protecting us for like 1.1 million years now. The stuff that was in you, there's a group of benevolent people that have been working on you, trying to get rid of some of the aggressive characteristics of the reptilian DNA while still keeping some of the strengths of it. And then there's another group of these reptilians that are, there's some kind of, and then they were wanting to get a hold of you. Well, what? A lot of these real small nanobots or whatever they are, little teeny machines that are inside of you that the benevolent folks put in there. And it's a group. It's just like a federation of different people. I do want to quote, the Star Trek idea, not by exact name, but it's by exact concept. There's a group of benevolent races that are out there.
Do you know what they're called?
I have no idea what they're called. And the thing I see is frequency. It's energy. I see things as that's the one real truth. But I also feel what they are, what they feel, and they're here to help, and they're helping you. And I mentioned this woman you're supposed to be with. That's really precious. But anyway, these other folks were through other nanobots in you that are aggressive, and the idea was to attack the other ones, take them out, and then the 2 of them were literally dealing with each other, fighting each other. And next thing you know, you were sick. You were sick real bad. They're working on your liver, and then that affected your whole body. The fluid I saw in your body was moving through was weak. I can't explain it. I'm not a doctor, but I see the fluid going through your body is hurt and needing stuff. I can see the nutrition that was happening, and then from that point, it was a matter of going inside your body and then messing with the nanobots.
Okay, so it sounds like I was always part of some kind of genetic experiment with this Federation of Worlds, and then the reptilian wanted to get the DNA. Is that kind of like what you see?
Yeah,
I was a genetic product of the benevolent light forces.
Yeah, it's definitely they saw an opportunity to approach you. Now, it would have been nice if they would have mentioned it, but
Who's
they would be a group of the Federation. I can't put this on the Federation, but it's a group of people that represent different folks in the Federation, and we'll just use Federation as a common term right now. So it's not the Federation that's involved, but it's it's that same type of thing. It's a conglomeration of benevolent beings that wanted to. They're trying to help grow things through DNA and change things. Reptilian people have a lot of advantages. There's a lot of good in all of us, and there's no matter what type of being it is, there can be high vibration and negative vibration energy in it. But I'll call them the good guys. We're just working with you, trying to enhance you, and they've helped you. But then these other folks got involved, and that's where your body just started going sour, really going south.
Okay, because I was told by a reptilian named Tian that my biological father was a Palladian reptilian mix, so I would figure that I would have quite a bit of reptilian in me. But you say that that you pick up that there's what 3% reptilian?
You have like about 3.5% reptilian DNA in you, but that's because it's been modified. Your dad was reptilian and Palladian, but the reptilian, the Anunnaki homeworld, and there's a few different types of reptilian. The Anunnaki homeworld is literally on the outskirts of the Palladian galaxy. That's where they come from. But besides that, he had a lot of Palladian DNA in him. You have very little reptilian DNA in you. They literally have taken it out using nanobots and some serum that they've put in you. There's 3 different types of serum that they've put in you. One of them is a healing thing. Another one is a fluid for the nanobots, and another one is relative to DNA consumption. What that means is actually that has to do with dissolving DNA as they change it, the waste product, so it can be taken out of your body easily. I didn't know that until now.
Is this still an active thing? Are they still trying to take more out, the 3%, or is it pretty much stopped, stable, or maybe?
Yeah, actually, right now they're happy with what they got, and with the changes that have been just done to you. Everything inside you is amping out really well, so they're happy as all get out. Of course, that just happened tonight, so we'll see what they do later. But what I'm seeing in the near future, at least the last 7 days that I know I can count on, they're just happy. So now they're
interrupting this. Just here.
Some Christmas traditions we can't live without.
By a nuclear warplane doing loops to communicate with nuclear armed subs. Poland allegedly has been hit with Russian missiles. Apparently, Ukraine hit with hundreds of missiles. Prepper New Yorker, this is what he's actually listening to on radio communications. And I'm just listening to. I'm trying to read the chat. The Boeing nuclear warplane is doing loops to communicate with nuclear armed missiles. Let's have a look at the chat. It's like USA military just stepped up its readiness again because of a lot of air traffic's over this individual. I don't know where they are in America. It's unusual. Someone says, They ain't treating as a Russian attack yet. Likely need to confirm for sure the missile type and where it came from. Someone says also they're 500 miles from a military base, and they say they're hearing and seeing a lot of air traffic.
Bravo. This is complete message of 46 characters. This is
On the ham radio. They're showing two T-38 fighter planes on radar with a flight plan. And they're saying, someone else, and the moderator, more emergency action messages. Oh my goodness. Somebody else says they're just training our aircraft. So now it says in the chat, apparently, if you strike a NATO nation, every other nation will join in. Right, pop out of that. Let's see if anybody else is mentioning anything different. On NY Prepper YouTube channel, that is. Global news, mainstream media is saying we must act now, warns Russian missiles hit Poland. Where's the evidence? But anyway, this is what they're saying. Okay, somebody else, World News Report, the truth about Poland missiles, live with, right, some difficulty up and over that.
How did the inventor of the clock know what time it was?
It's all fear mongering. I'll tell you why in a minute.
What time is it?
It's bedtime, Peter. You look awful.
No, like, what time is it?
I don't know. Just make it up.
I don't need to do that. I'll do it this way. Bear with me. Won't be here that long. Alright. I'm going to screen share about the war is a racket on educateyourself.org. Once you look into this individuals that may want to know, you'll see who's behind all this and everything else that's going on. I was playing about, so somebody had wrote a book, goes back in history from 1881, an individual, and he died in 1940. Major General Smartly D. Butler, I think it's pronounced. So, screen sharing the article on the section, which I won't read, but I'm just going to show where individuals may want to look at it. It was actually published in 1935. And basically, it gives you a background, a build up to the involvement of history, the wars in history. It's nothing new. And throughout the period of time, it gives you the dates roughly and goes up to First World War, goes into how a huge amount of finance is being made and who's making it, and big business basically. Profit, it's extreme and obscene profits behind the scenes. The corporate manipulators whose sons and daughters never serve or die in the wars. Regardless of age, I've served in military, this author. So I'm showing you. There's the image of him. In the First World War, a mere handful of the profits of the conflict, at least 21,000 new millionaires and billionaires were made. It's a very good article to get some background on, knowing that it's all about profit. All these corporations worldwide are very friendly with each other. They're agents. And one needs to follow the 13 blood families from the past in the biblical period to date. And you can see how it's orchestrated. And yes, the globalist, one of the part of the articles here, it's all about trade and commerce. That's all it's about. But unfortunately, in the meantime, there's innocent people, children, wildlife, Mother Earth, basically, generally speaking, is being destroyed for profit and gain and territory overload. It's always over control. So, and these individuals made some good points. So one can have a look. But it's nothing new. The fear mongering. You look at the Great Depression and who's making profit during that period as well. And if you learn about commerce and business, the gold standards, the greenback in America, for example, bills of exchange at 1882. Correct, yeah. You'll find, for England's point of view, you'll find that the Great Fire of London was orchestrated, allegedly, I'm going to put, to create the surety for the living man and woman to be for a debt system based fiat currency. It's not backed up with value, it's about promising you to pay notes. So the digital currency social credit system's already in place now. And all these world businesses, and especially in England's already set for that. So they're not the natural Prime Minister in England is his contacts and ties in big business and software companies. This is why a lot of people are being looking at non-centralized digital currency and platforms, mining as well. So this just gives you background, how much has been made over the period of the wars. And Tavistock Institute has a lot of me going into that section. So that is war as a racket. Tavistock Institute, I can find it now. War on Terror. Yeah, they have to create it. That's, oh, I've got that next to it. Let's see if that brings up any relevant. They have to use the psychological fear. War on. So let's just see. Do this first. So this is an old article on this site. Paul Greg Roberts, 2009. According to US government propaganda, terrorist cells are spread throughout America, making it necessary for the government to spy. And this is worldwide in England too, you know. And all Americans, it says in the article, a violation of most other constitutional protections among, and it goes, anyone knows about the history of the Bush family, Skull and Bones and the Illuminati and the pyramid, you know, all CNI, and what's up the top. It's very much insane. It's not just ordinary members of Freemasonry, but it goes up the ladder, so to speak. So this article goes into civil liberties. The preacher is biometrics identification. The eye, you know, like in the movies, sci-fi movies, TV shows, is always hinting, you know, magazines and comic books what they've got planned, and the advanced technology is already here. They've had brain implants since the 1800s. They tested it out in a ball, I think it was Spain at the time. And yeah, so they already had this advanced technology, and that's why I've been started the stream with the subject headed as it is. They have a secret space program. They have the med beds already, advanced technology and medical biodata. Transhumanism is the future, mixing human with machine. How they're doing it with the nano and neurosciences. Yeah, everything in the past has always been building up to where we are now. So anyone sort of like awakened to information. The military, I'm in England, military defence is a limited company. And the contracts, you know, as again, one needs to look into the contracts with Middle East countries, contracts with Israel. You know, it's not just America, in the history with England and America in the two past world wars. But the future of the software companies. That's where you want to go to, and they're not going to create this distractions of a third world war. There's too much at stake, um, the financial side, and also for the investment in all this advancement in technology. With the rollout of the 5G and future 6G, and with potentially a distraction. On top of this, you have the CMEs, a mass solar pole shift as well happening, and the Earth's protection magnetic field is weakening. I feel the radiation extremely strong the past few days, and the frequencies. The body is resilient within the natural makeup of frequencies, and when that's in a water base in our bodies, and when that's interfered with and affected by outside sources, and it's the patterns and documents have been around for implants, monitoring the brain. You know, it's a lot. Someone's made a really good video, a guy called David in America, explaining and documenting and read out the pattern numbers. I'll finish this audio in a minute. The article here gives you background. All this mainstream military use of gunships, tanks, and things like that is nothing. Is old school. They have scalar waves. They have hive mind technology. They have very advanced technology. They can just press a little button. They don't need all this machinery. It's just for show. And you just ask anyone out there that's subjected to the advancement in weapons and for the mass control without lawful jurisdiction, lawful consent, and experimentations. We'll go to Tavistock and why do they? Because you got the biodata, biotech. You've got so many really good links on this site. Tavistock. It's always England leading the way. It was an institute related to Article 2006 and how it was set up. You won't be too surprised. So they had to sort of like get people on board, conspirators on board, you know. It's about the committees of 300 to bring about the world's attention to assistance of Tavistock. They Dr. Coleman's book, and he's actually done a video. It describes the hidden hand of knowledge, who's behind the British shaping the control of the public opinion to go to war, and America. So began in 1913, the propaganda of Wellington House. The Wellington House in London still exists. So you've got nobility involved. So there was a Lord Northcliffe. So what's going on now is obviously nothing new. It's just more of the same, but more advanced. And it includes, it's in the article here, funding provided by the royal family, and included the Rothschilds related to Lord Northcliffe by marriage, and the Rockefellers. And it basically, Wellington House would grow into the Tavistock Institute and the propaganda and for the First World War, Federal Reserve Banking. So you've got good one to actually research who funds. Well, anyway, you can have a nose. So it's basically about shaping the moral, spiritual, cultural, political, economic decline in the United States and America. But this is now worldwide, isn't it? So and if you look at the 21 goals of Illuminati, you'll find why. So brought in with Germany, you know, World War II as well. It goes back into history of previous wars. And that's happened. So if you go down to let's have a look. Right, the Committee of 300, if I can find it. But Bill Cooper has been saying this for a long time before he passed away. So, but the advancement time travel, which I'm now going to go back to, is about the portals, a bit like Stargate. They do exist. And I'll just stop screen sharing this. As they blank and block my people coming to the chat, as usual. We'll go back to playing this audio about Anunaki.
They're going to wait at least a week, maybe even up to 3 weeks before they make sure that you're fine. Watch how you change, and then within a month from now, it looks like they're going to schedule trying to put you together with this young lady I was talking about.
Oh, that's a pretty quick timeline. Okay, so yeah, so you were predicting some female individual, maybe some kind of romantic interest.
Yeah, definitely. It definitely is,
Okay.
because she's also been worked like you, where she's got a lot of reptilian DNA, well, a decent amount of reptilian DNA that's been modified to where it has the good aspects without the aggression.
Okay.
Sometimes aggression is good, but lots of times it gets in the way. But she's really cool. She's got yellow aura right down the middle, and then which is the strongest spiritual energy that you can have. And then she's got some green on the outside, and then she's got a lot of pink. Pink is compassion. Green is the aura given off by the heart's desire to heal things in a very soft spiritual way. Not religious. I'm talking spiritual. Spirit is literally energy that's sentient, but it's a caring, compassionate thing.
Okay, well, I'll keep my mind open and heart as well to that opportunity. All right. Well, I guess we could maybe talk a little bit about what you do with this cranking thing, because a lot of this information you gathered was when you cranked me up. But talk a little about what is cranking. What does it mean to you?
You're cranking up. I'm kind of a simple person. Used to be pretty smart, and then as my mind kept growing in a different direction, my my brain started growing. I've got MRIs to show that off. I'll have to deal with that later. But the stronger I got, the bigger the head got. And then I just go into people's heads, and I actually look at the energy fields that your brain puts out, where they are, what they look like. Then I go to the glands, look how they are. I watch the energy flow through your body, and then I modify what needs to be modified. But first, I put some of my energy. My energy in this body is source. It's not solar or anything else. That's why the NSA has been watching me since 2008. But it's strong. It's a complete form of energy. And so I go into you and I just find balance. I flood you with energy. I find balance in your brain. Then I start cranking up those things that need to. Lots of times you wind up getting a headache afterwards. Not right away. It takes a little while. It might be 2 hours. It might be 2 weeks. But inside the brain physically grows bigger, and then where it grows inside your head, it's like having a balloon inside your head that puts a little pressure on it. It's not real bad, but some people do get a bit of a headache. Now, 2/3 of the expansion is actually blood, because your brain physically gets bigger, period. Your pineal gland, you see better image. Your hypothalamus, you understand more. Your pituitary gland, you get a whole lot more high definition on things. Now, over a 12-hour period, what happens is the blood, that extra blood starts subsiding, so the pressure goes away. Later on, if you're ready for it, that energy is going to do the same thing again. You get a little bigger until you get to a point where it's just not going to do it anymore. But this is the time of the quickening. This is the time when those people that have strong abilities already awakened are getting a lot stronger. People I've gone into, there's over 1,000. I've had a lot of them call me up saying their spirit guides told me to ask me what was going on. I had to explain to them that they're being made stronger again, because it's time for the party to start.
So you help people ascend?
Yeah, well, really, when people ascend, it's just when they die and the energy comes out. So what I do is I literally evolve your body. Next year, the DNA proof is going to have to come out on that. I already know there's 2 people I'm going to go to. One of them is the head of NASA, one of the big men down there. He's a very special individual. And then another one is a very strong soul that is some type of super neurologist surgeon. I know who he is. Won't mention on camera right now, but these are the 2 people that are going to have my DNA to look at it, because my DNA is somewhat human, but it's just radically changed by my own energy.
Okay, and I just want to mention that it seems like you mostly focus on the spiritual aspects of your abilities, and so you enhance that aspect, not so much physical attributes.
Well, actually, the physical body gets a lot stronger.
Okay.
There's what I call an EME stream, etheric metaphysical energy stream, that goes up and down the body. There's everybody. Everybody, when it's born, there's a fetus. The male and female get together, create a fetus. An embryo. This embryo starts growing. As soon as it has an energy form where the brain's going to be, then there's a female part of creator energy or source energy that actually takes creator energy, pushes the conscious mind or planet energy, which is Gaia's energy, to the left side of the head, leaves that energy there, then takes the spirit, puts it in there, encloses it with a small energy field, and then that's why you have left brain, right brain, with the source or creator energy in the middle. And as time went on, it was finally time. As a matter of fact, December 21st, 2012, what that was about is people never seeing the world the same way. Not about the world changing, but about me coming back and starting to pull the energy out of that creator energy, that source energy. It belongs to me anyway. But pulling out as much as I can so that both parts of the brain talk to each other. And when people start doing stuff, seeing stuff, everyone wouldn't be freaking out thinking, oh, this is crazy. And it actually started happening in April instead of December.
Okay. Well, and I know you mentioned something earlier to me about how they were trying to focus on my left brain, and there was, I believe, what the corpus callosum is the split between left and right. What exactly were they trying to do there?
The left side of the brain is again is the conscious energy from the planet, and that's they were tapping in there. It has something to do with motor control. They were doing some other things we don't talk about on camera, trying to control with you. There was a part of it that was not dead brain tissue, but really damaged from what they were doing.
Like speech.
Yeah, exactly. Speech and some
sensory
stuff too.
Yeah.
Every once in a while, your eyes would get just a little blurry and then come back. I never mentioned that earlier, but
what about like headaches?
That will cause a heck of a headache. But also, a lot of your headache was coming from the fight going on inside your body between the 2 opposing nanites, the 2 opposing types of nanites. And there's a lot of that going on in people. I'm finding more and more of it. People are starting to understand, accept the fact that we have friends from other planets. The religions are basically falling away the way they're constructed and everything. People are starting to understand there's more going on than what we're allowed to think. If you go to YouTube, You go to JSX and just punch in a keyword psychic. You'll read about some of that stuff that we won't have time to do here, but it's just a little bit about what's going on. The government knows about me. They've been trying to keep everyone dumb, and it's time for everyone to wake up. And everyone, well, most people are starting to wake up. So
Now, earlier today, you mentioned to me that when you cranked me up, you increased my DNA strand. Would you say, did I go from 3 to 9?
yeah, what it is I go inside. I look inside your body. As long as you have the nutrients, then I start modifying your DNA, and it goes. It's something in the RNA where there's strands. So I literally physically see strands that I'm putting together. It's nutrients to the body to come together, and they just start overlapping, and then it sets there, and then it starts growing as time goes on. This kind of stuff is impossible to believe for almost everybody except people I've gone into that have known me for a while, because I've done stuff that defies whatever logic. That's why all the government agencies are so interested in me, because nothing else can do that. They told me the Homeland Security said they're reading my emails. Well, great, they should be. But I get people that have emailed me from another country, said, hey, I understand you can do this and that to help me make me stronger. So I do it. 2 days later, they email back and say, holy moly, man, I can't believe how much stronger I am. This one boy in this house, he did the whole house just one blast. He had an ADD problem or something, whatever. I'm sure I got it too. It's not the problem people think it is. And it's easy to explain with a little time. But anyway, my head just cranked up. My energy just takes over. And then I cranked right through him so hard that the next morning he threw up. And after that, his mother almost didn't know who he was, because he didn't have the same problems anymore. His energy and thoughts were flowing nice and smooth. I'm jealous.
So somebody who had, maybe they were suffering from schizophrenic symptoms from trauma of being, because a lot of UFO contactees, especially those been taken by the negative grays, are a little bit paranoid and somewhat, I hate to say it, but they are a little schizoid. So could you be able to assist those individuals?
It all depends. I'd have to see him, or I had somebody have to mention someone, and I can go look at him. But then again, I'm still growing. I'm still getting stronger. I'm not, like I said, I can't even. I've had stuff move around me. It's my energy, but it's not my mind controlling it, so I can't own it. There's a lot of stuff still coming. Our friends on ships, they know about it. That's why the things that are here running this planet, they know about it. So that's, we just have to let that happen. But that's part of my gig, is healing. And I have compassion. My energy inside this body, it's a strong source energy, but it's the focal point of heart of the protector. And I do love everything, and I really care about it. And I have this just ridiculous protection gig. I got to take care of everything.
Yeah. Well, going back to the strands of DNA, did you say you increased me from 3 to 9?
What I did,
do you know the exact
I set up layers. It's like little levers, and then I just build them, and they set up to where I see 9. Okay. And then there's 2 more layers set up to happen. Now, I've never gone on a electron microscope to see this. And I believe, if I'm right, it's still March of next year that I'll finally get to see some of that and see what's going on. So I've tried to say, no, I don't actually increase the strands. But when I go to try to say it, I can't. Right now, I can't say it. There's no way I'm going to let my mouth say it.
What's going to happen in March? Something with you?
No, in March, I need to get my DNA tested, and then also someone else tested. There's tested like the Long Island medium. She's really cool. She was with Dr. Oz, and they put some wires on them. And when she went to go do a reading, they saw the brain activity increase. If they put that on me, I'll fry it. When I had started to have some surgeries, I had some stuff put on me, electroencephalogram, EEG or something. And my doctor said, Jay, I got to send you somewhere else. And I said, why? He goes, this is a brand new machine. I've used it 4 times a day, and either you're having a heart attack, which you're not, or there's something wrong with the machine. So the heart. My heart's incredibly powerful. It's huge. I had to get a what do you call it, sonogram or something, like when you're looking at babies.
Mammogram?
No. You put like a grease on the body and use sonic waves to actually look at the. I forgot what it is, but they had to use that to actually look at my heart and see what it is, because I went to 4 different heart specialists and I messed up all the machines. The heart, the heart puts out 100 times the electrical impulse of the brain, and it puts out 3,000 times the magnetic pulse of the brain. So that's, and mine is just so big and so strong. The energy that's inside this body is, it just sets it off. The heart's the most powerful organ in the body. It does more than the brain.
Okay. Now I got so many questions. It's hard for me to stay focused. But I guess the reason why I was bringing up the DNA thing is because you mentioned that whereas I have 9 or 11 or whatever you said it was, you think you might have what 64,000?
Yeah, I was trying to tonight. I was saying trying to say 4,800, and then I was slammed with 6,400. It's a different type of DNA. I was told a long time ago, look at this radiant. When I see it in my head, it's like it's all a globule that's together. You don't see the individual strands. It's just like a globule of stuff together. So the way I see it in my head, the way I'm receiving it, is that it's the equivalent of a 4,800, but actually I got to say 6,400 strand DNA. So the proof is going to be in the pudding. But then again, there's over 1 trillion planets with life on it, averaging a little over 1 million beings per planet. And I'm the only thing anywhere that can actually evolve the body.
You said that most of the people on this planet are so old, and we've had so many life streams that our heads would explode if we started to remember all that stuff.
Yep, a lot of you are so, while you're compressed in the body, while your spirit, it's almost always soul, is compressed in the body, you're still so big, you're either flowing out over state or you're flowing out trying to reach the ends of the both oceans on this country if we put you in the middle. When you have a life, everyone's had a ton of lives. When you have a life, it's like lifting weights. You have one life, take some time off, another life, take some time off. When you lift weights, you lift one day, take 2 days off, lift the day off. Next thing you know, after 6 months, you're strong. After 6 years, you're really strong. Well, after you've had 1 billion lives, the average, I don't know, the average being on this planet, if you average all the beings on the planet, you've had over 1 billion lives, would be the average. So you're all huge, and you've had a rather abusive lives. That's, you all know that life's too tough.
And you said it was like what 30% abuse is what most people have.
The excessive abuse that's in everyone's life averages out about a third. I get what 33% or 30+%.
That's what our day-to-day life experiences are, just being abused.
Yeah, it's too much abuse, and that was done in the very beginning by the original Mother Father that don't exist anymore, because the first being was actually 27.5% negative. It grew in the first dimension. By the way, there's 4 new ones in there growing now. But
wait a minute, you're really jumping around because you mentioned Mother and Father are gone. Is that something to do with December 21st, 2012? Well, I think that's what you said earlier.
Yeah, well, that's that December 21st, 2012 is what I kept talking about pulling the creative energy out and people, becoming more aware of what's going on. July 10th, 10:23 and 25 seconds. There was a big fight in my family, in the Source family, and original Mother and Father got knocked down and put out of the way.
This is Mother and Father God?
This is the original Mother and Father Creator. Some people say Sylvia Brown used to say Mother, Father, God.
Well, where are they now? Are they in prison or something?
Yeah, no, they actually that happened at that point. The fight knocked out about 2/3 of their energy. And then they got locked up. They were let out. It went on, and then eventually it was June. This last June, the energy that I belonged to literally finally had to get rid of them totally, so they don't exist anymore. And
why were they just being so defiant and were they arrogant?
Yeah, they were. Yeah, they were just abusing everyone's life. See the way they set it up. After they started, it's a long story, but they were making everyone's life harder than it needed to be because they were trying to get to this point where there's over 2,000 new universes now with nothing in them, and they wanted the original souls to get together, the ones that were big enough to go to one of these universes and then spread out and release like 1 trillion souls in each one of these new universes. And every one of the souls in a body saying, praise Mother, Father, God, praise Mother, Father, God. 17% negativity isn't too tight, but too tough. It's light and it's strong. 27.5%. That's when it starts getting a little dirty. When someone has never had a life and they're controlling lives, they got real arrogant, and all they wanted was to have praise. So they were abusing everything. Animal essence has been forced to have lives. The humans were having real hard lives, a lot harder than they needed to be. It was just to grow them bigger. It's like I said, it's like lifting weights. That made the workout stronger, so they get bigger. So then these male and female, original male and female pieces will go to the universe, release all these kids, and then all these souls, and have all this praise. And it got to be stupid. They kept saying, I kept telling them, because my energy is protector, I kept saying you can't keep beating these bodies up like this, because the bodies have rights. They're part of creation. You built me to protect creation. And they said, no, they're shells. They're like vehicles for us to put the souls in and grow and make them bigger. So anyway, it got crazy, and this was the end of it. So they're gone. And now there's a board of essence, which is the original, kind of like a soul, but it's bigger, stronger. And they're the ones that were in place at first, but they're very much relative to souls. They're now kind of running things with the other two sets of mother and father creator out there, just helping stuff out. It's like my energy, what I belong to. Jay is the perfect name, because I'm like the J man. I'm like the janitor of school. I clean up messes and I fix stuff when it breaks. And I look after the kids in the school. That's kind of what it's like.
Okay. Well, as far as your past lives are concerned, do you remember any of your past lives?
Yeah, a whole bunch of them. If I tell you, let me just pick out some major ones.
How long is it we're going to be here?
Yeah, not too bad. My last one was Gandhi. I died January 30th, 1948, and then I was born in this body 7/27, 1955. I was Leonardo da Vinci, and now this life, I can't even draw a stick figure without messing it up. I was George Washington. This country means a lot to me. Christopher Columbus. Trying to tell people what they are inside, and everything else is kind of turning out to like telling people the world's not flat. But the ones I like to talk about is Bakal. Bakal and Pachacuti Inca Yupanqui. If you look up Pachacuti Inca Yupanqui, the 9th Incan ruler, there's a legend about the stone soldiers, about how we saved the city. There's 314 of us, and we literally saved the city from 6,000 warriors because I called in the stone soldiers. There were no stone soldiers. I went telekinetic. I picked up like 100 boulders with my right hand, 100 with my left hand, and they were 100 to 500 pounds, and I just threw them between each other. Within 60 seconds, it killed 1,500 of them, and they all went running, went crazy. You can actually search history to see that as telekinesis. But anyway, I've always been here to serve, in one fashion or another. When I was Gandhi, I was trying to get people to understand, no matter what religion you are, you can work together in peace. You can be together. And it was also, I preached non-violence because I knew things were going to get nuts for this life. And now it's time for me to elevate people, change them. And I've already been dealing with stuff like FEMA camps that are just disgusting stuff. I don't know how much of that you want to talk about.
Yeah, we'll get to that in just a bit. But just, I want to know about your lifetime. I believe you said you were Merlin.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun. I was Merlin. A friend of mine, a friend of mine, Miguel, was actually King Arthur. A friend of mine, Ian, was Lancelot. Sir Galahad was another friend, Steve. Gracia was what's her name? King Arthur's wife. What was her name? Guinevere, yeah, thank you. And I just ran into another gentleman. He draws artists. He was another one of the knights, and there's more. But it's
you know who first of all what might have been?
Yeah, you. And I keep running into some more here and there.
So I wanted to ask Jay a question about a possible past life I might have had, and before I could even get an answer, Jay already blurted out yes. And the question basically was if I was possibly King James in my past life. And I've had many different synchronicities. I've had multiple psychics tell me, you wrote the Bible. I'm like, what the hell are they talking about? I wrote the Bible. It didn't make any sense. And then then eventually I was told that I was James first. And also, I've had some memories of being like Tudor England, and I resonate with that a lot, especially medieval times and all that type of music. But well, not really, not anymore. But at least not the medieval music part. But I have many different synchronicities. Like for instance, I live in the Queen City. I live in the Elizabeth neighborhood. Of course, it was the Elizabethan age. Well, at least I guess after she died, anyway. The Jacobean era of King James I. But it was not just those synchronicities. My mother has the same name, and of course behind me, it's some pictures here. So here's a little clip here I wanted to show of Jay's reaction to all this.
As soon as you showed me the picture, I looked at it and I saw your mom and I said, "Damn it, it's a queen!" And she was you. When you were talking about this James and everything, I got yes right away. Then I had to go look at it. It's like sometimes I do readings. Somebody gets the person will get one or two words out and they give me the answer. I already know stuff and they have to finish the question before I know. As soon as you said the
I'll do part 2 on that another time. So for now, I'll keep this streaming and look out for Super Soldier Talk online. For now, I'm going to try and rest. Oh. Well, no, I'm right there on your Discord. And I can't move because I haven't, mate. I'm not bloody brain. Oh. So, you see my comments. And I got my earphones on trying to sleep 3 o'clock in the morning when it got perps trying to smoke in that bloody flat. I can smell it from here. Trying to keep me awake. Demons today. Right. Oh, the cock is morning. Oh my gosh. And I've got a sore foot. I hurt my bloody foot in the day. Oh, Jesus. It's bruised. I'm still awake. Oh, wow. Oh, my nails are coming off as well. Oh, dear. Bloody hell. Oh, it's cold. Bloody foot. Oh, it's painful. And I'm cold. Oh, ouch. Strange arm and strange foot somehow. It's getting cold in England. Right. Bloody worn out. Oh, pain's keeping me awake. Oh, oh my right foot and my ankle, my leg. Oh, that's not good. It's heavy blankets. Trying to keep warm. To put the heating on or something. It's 4 o'clock in the morning. If you can hear me, Mo, that's funny. Oh, there's a lot of hacking going on tonight. Oh, bloody pain. You can hear the frequencies. Gonna wait with a painful thought. I'll mute this and put the weather camera on this. Right, so have a look at weather cams. Be Scotland. If there's any sunrise, I have to stay in bed at the sort of need to put can't put weight on it. Painful. Right, I'll put this on screen share on the weather cam now. So I will not be commenting on whatever gets picked up from now on. Will be the brain interface side of the technology, non-human entities, hacking into my bloody neurocortex and my brain interface. And if I get cut off, it's not me. Right, earphones on. Oh, and if you hear me going boot and pain or whatever, it's not just my foot. Look at educateyourself.org. It's a helpful website. You might be interested. Ah,
Right, cool, good morning.
can't be. Can't. Foot's killing me. Oh, jeez. Ow. Right now it's this is not just
Yeah.
Um, prospect.
He says, abide in me, and I will restore you. He says, come to me.
you demons, it is a time each other like we change shifting and things.
All who are weary and heavy laden, and I will give you rest. So let
Little detail I am about to show you in this video. Conqueror.
open my thing is impossible with my God. I say that I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. I thank you for giving me this. Amen. Dear Lord Jesus, you deserve all
When
the
have
glory
hours?
and the honor, and you deserve all of the praise. I invite you into my heart and into my home. May your presence be found in this place. May the presence of the Holy Spirit be strong in my home. I ask that you watch over me as I sleep. I ask that you keep me safe, Jesus. Defend me from every
These
protect me from all trouble
demonic
and all
attacks.
unrest that can be found at night.
I've got an
And
audio.
just as Paul and Silas worshipped you in their darkest hour,
Did you think I'm going to
I
find
too,
out?
I too will sing praises to
6:40
you.
UK time. Bloody hell. That's more evidence. I had earphones on when I fell asleep. I'm in a lot of pain. I've got an injured foot. And it woke me up. So May Smith, the moderator, has put really helpful links in the chat. I recommend go and read what he's put. Go and check out his playlist on reptilians. You'll get a comprehension on a lot of information. So bear with me, I just woke up and I was about to sleep after taking some painkillers. Yeah. A waiting once a world's brainwashed about aliens, which they're not aliens, they're demonic, very demonic entities. So Mo Smith says, very good point, brainwashed about aliens from outer space, when it is another dimension, exactly. From word brainwashed, they are aliens and they don't, yeah. So you have to go in the main chat, well, if you are in the main chat, so I'm reading this. I want to share about if and much as alive. I'm going to try and go back to sleep. Oh, I'm in a lot of pain. Oh. I'll be bedbound all day because I can't walk. Oh, I can't even reach my right foot. It's ice packed on it. Right, so on screen sharing, and what are we talking about? I'm gonna try and, I don't know. Oh, I didn't know you were there. Did you? Oh, right, you got my text. Yeah, I can't be with my uncle. Yeah. I don't know, I just woke up. The afterwards number 7. And I'll make this in a minute. So you can check my foot out for me. Don't think I've broken it, think it's all bruised and sprained. And it's the same with my right arm, my hand. Don't ask me how I do it. Oh, yeah. I'm eating this. Well, can you do it? Thank you. And this thing back to my lungs. I dropped it. Thank you. They dropped all them. Yeah. like a red circle or something. Don't mind. It's not an actress of mine, is it? Wow. Where's that mark? I'm not going to come from. So I wake up with marks on my body. Wow. That evidence of being assaulted during the night with the non-human entities. And I've got a mark on my body to prove that. That's come up. That wasn't there when I went to bed. Wow. You see, these non-human entities, they live. And that perpetrator's got me. That's what. They just moved their car. Tempted they're out, they're not. Yeah, I know. Did you get the painkillers?
Kurt, number 12. He never gets up to the time of the morning at 7 o'clock in the morning just to put a bin out. Yeah, I know you saw it. Foot soldiers all the dominant entities, isn't it? Times we're living in. Yeah, speak. Toxicity. Wow. What I need is a dressing. Yeah. Did you have a look at it? I need a ankle support. That's what it's around now. Yeah. I deserve a bit of a quest. Get called conquest. Yeah, I'm sure it's a story. Yep. Right now. I can't do it. Pain is yeah.
But I was going to write this. I was going to write this very quick because it doesn't really deserve any airtime. But just putting this out there. Because I had a troll comment from this individual who's very disturbed up here. A keyboard hero, a curly-haired keyboard hero in North America. James Worley, and he's got several accounts, and he's been targeting, harassing me every now and again, and I just ignore it. I have called him out a few months ago. I put up a title warning about this individual, but this is now quite serious because this nutcase has used my image and my name, distorted images of me. He can't spell my name, but you know, Brian is to the best that he can. It's amazing that he can type at all. I mean,
yeah, you guys, I recently, my channel's been flooded. Maybe not really flooded, I don't know how many of them there are, but I was sitting down one day, wasn't one day, it was actually yesterday, and I was watching, really nothing. I was listening to some music, it was a soundtrack, basically. It was a Stars of the Lid soundtrack. I was sort of relaxing, sort of, and stuff like that. But for whatever reason, something compelled me to look at the screen. Something compelled me to look at the computer screen. And I noticed I've been getting subscribers, and I noticed that there's been a lot of people subscribing to my channel, supposedly from this guy named James Worley, who has the same people are just so weak that they make a response video every single time they get offended, and this is a perfect example right here.
corrupt system in our country.
Corrupt system in your country? Yeah. I think a lot of things are corrupt in your life. I don't think your country, I'm not saying your country is great, but I don't think the problem's coming from your goddamn country, lady.
Because of all the corruption and everything that's going on, I haven't got the fucking...
So, what do we have here today?
Just noticed that every single life
suicide. It's always, you're always talking about how you're thinking about suicide. You're always talking about how you're going to kill yourself. But you want me to tell you something? You really, you don't realize where you're at. You're on YouTube. You realize that, right? Right, Brian? Like, you understand that. That's, YouTube is the home of memes. Do you get that? And you're coming to the home of memes to whine and complain about your problems. And every time somebody tries to fucking help you, you sit there and you bitch and you victimize. You make yourself into a victim. And you know what? You're the next fucking Christian. The next guy. You're the next Christian Weston Chandler. Let me break it down to you real simple. because nobody knows what the fuck you're renting. Cause I'm all alone. There's no one here beside me. My problems have all gone. There's no one to deride me. But you gotta have friends. Stop singing! Well, it's no wonder you don't have any friends. Only a true friend would be that truly honest.
Sick people taking the mickey out of a woman in England.
Good afternoon, sir. Could we interest you in some chocolate?
Chocolate? Did you say chocolate? Chocolate? Chocolate! 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 Chocolate!
I'm sick. Some people taking the mickey out of one of our vehicle. She's in the England. Needs some money. So, it's really still money. Guys, go back to watching this.
She publish it so we can all hear it. I'll tell you why. Because I'll put in the description. Because if she does, and this is someone that Dan from Police Abusing Powers, because I will mention, I'm feeling extremely. He can.
She's not.
It's amazing that he can type at all. I mean, I know this is the world we live in right now, but when emailed me to say, oh, Scott has contacted your local MP of YouTube channel, we're okay in the head. As a comment, Polar, I don't care. That's fine. But he's turned out to be a psychopath. Not just anybody's face. Someone 10,000 miles away,
In America.
some silly little curly head freak
Male.
has taken images of me in my vulnerable suicidal state as a husband. And it will be pretty damning for the Independent Network because it will show they're so sick, you're very, very sick in the head. And anyone who watches those videos, I'm not going to look at them, but the only reason why I had a look was because I wanted to report not only your sock puppet account, fucking energy to do anything about it. I don't actually swear.
Bull fucking shit. You don't actually swear. Bull fucking shit. That's like me saying I don't naturally shit, but every time I eat, I shit.
Because if you didn't actually swear, bitch, you wouldn't be swearing.
My partner hadn't been abusing me. I wouldn't give.
There's no goddamn evidence of that whatsoever. You've never posted any, and you never will.
Two little hoots about what you do and don't do. I don't care what you do and don't do.
These people that don't even really like your content, by the way. They're just saints that really care about your well-being, and they're sad for you, and so they like the video. That's really all that's about.
But if what you're doing actually affects me,
I think you need to study certain philosophies of life, you know.
I have just left a voice message for DC Kamar. In fact, actually, I think I should leave another one because I need to home in on the fact that local MP Caroline Ansell need to home in on the fact that local MP Caroline Ansell gave my partner a caring role, and if he had impairment, need to home in on the fact that local MP Caroline Ansell gave my partner a caring role, and if he had impairment, need to home in on the fact that gave my partner a caring role. And well, it's the people that inhabit it. It's a lot of very sick people. Very, very.
Would you believe a few simple changes in your diet can drastically reduce your joint pain and arthritis?
Myself, I had this £10 version. It's a beautiful one. They should reproduce it now, really.
Was carried out, or was not carried out, was an accident as a result of a Ukrainian missile, anti-aircraft missile, going rogue itself, killing two Polish people on the ground.
If it is proven to be an accident, then what happens next? Do we just say, well, you know, accidents happen, this conflict's been going on for a while, and then we move on?
Well, if it was proven to be an accident, and it was proven that it was a Ukrainian anti-aircraft missile, then Ukraine has got to make some kind of response in compensation, if you like, to Poland. To civilians, as we understand it, were killed. They've got families, they've got livelihoods, they've got lives that were cut off, so it would not be inappropriate for Ukraine to make a fairly fulsome apology and offer some form of compensation. And itself, be even more careful about where it targets its anti-aircraft missiles. I mean, you can't blame the Ukrainians for firing many anti-aircraft missiles and a large number of incoming Russian missiles. After all, we all know that hundreds, thousands of Ukrainian civilians have been killed. Major elements of Ukraine's core national infrastructure, particularly power systems, have been destroyed in recent weeks. So this is a major response by the Ukrainians to a devastating attack on Ukraine itself by Russia. So I'm afraid the reality is that in a conflict like this, there are going to be accidents, there are going to be mistakes. Coming right back to where we were at the start of this conversation, it's really, really important to establish the facts before judgments are made and decisions are taken.
Of course, if the nuclear option
No, you got G20 in Mali. World is the messed up. Indonesia. Wow, West skies are pink and pale blue as well. Wow.
Right, guys, what's going on? My name is Louis. Today is November 16th. And loved ones, I appreciate the love and support. And for those of you that want to contribute to the channel, once again,
Wow.
Would you believe a few simple changes in your diet can drastically reduce your joint pain and arthritis? If you're suffering from
Ask for your days and 3 nights, but not harm him, and it listened. If it's human opposition, then we know that Pharaoh couldn't stand against him. Goliath couldn't stand against the power of God. And the prophets of faith were no match for God. And if we talk about the devil, well, we know that he's been defeated and will always be defeated because God is almighty. And this is the good news that I want to share with you. We can call to a God who has no limits. Is there a limit to his strength? Is there a limit to his wisdom and knowledge? Is there a limit to his patience, his love, his mercy? Lord Jesus, I come to you because when I am weak, you are strong. When I am weary, weary and tired, you offer me rest, and you can renew my strength. Mighty God of the universe, it is indeed a privilege to approach your throne, knowing you love and care for me. In my time of weakness, I will always rely on your strength. If I feel weighed down with the cares of life or crushed in bondage, you are ever faithful and all-powerful to equip me to handle life's difficulties when they threaten to overwhelm. I pray that your presence surrounds me. May your divine peace be found in my heart and in my mind. I lay my burden before you, and I ask for peaceful rest in the knowledge that you are a God who will always fight for me. Holy Spirit, help me not to let the worries and stress of this world pull me down. Help me not to hold on to any wounds or feelings of hurt from today or from the past. Help me quiet my mind and turn off all unsettling thoughts. I pray that when I feel anxious, replace anxiety with godly peace. When I am low, when I am disappointed, may you lift my burdens and give me strength. When I'm in need of anything, may you be my provider. You're the rock of all ages, my stronghold and my fortress. You're my source of joy and strength. When I'm discouraged or tired and weary, I know that I can always find comfort in you. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen. My reality of you, my reality of your love and protection is more real than what my natural eyes can see. I place all of my trust and all of my confidence in you, my Lord, my God. Jeremiah 29, verse 13. And you will seek me and find me when you search for me with all your heart. Beloved, if you seek the Lord, you search for him with all your heart, you will find him. We often spend so much energy, we spend so much effort and time seeking things, seeking people, seeking money. We spend a lot of energy seeking affection, seeking approval on all kinds of things that are temporary, things that will pass away. But today, saints, my message to you is that we need to seek before you seek the things of this earth. Call on the name that is above every other name, the name of Jesus Christ. I encourage you to seek protection under the Lion of the tribe of Judah. Seek tranquility from the Prince of Peace. God Almighty, the one who is, who was, and who is to be. I encourage you to seek, to call, to chase the one who commands millions of angels, the one who speaks and creates. Call on the one who has the keys to life and death in his hands. So whatever situation you face today, whatever circumstance or situation you're up against, God wants you to call on him. Jeremiah 33 verse 3 says, call to me, and I will answer you, and tell you great and unsearchable things you do not know. Psalm 50 verse 15 says, call on me in the day of trouble. I will deliver you, and you will honor me.
Listen to this documentary.
As well as intelligence creating early Homo sapiens, for his genetic crimes, the Silurians banished Tulok and his creations to die in the coming cataclysm. these primitive ape-like men began to hunt in packs and attack the Silurians. They also began to prey on the crops of Silurians, leading the Earth reptiles to use plagues to attempt to exterminate it. Even through all these events, the Silurians reigned supreme, with uncontested domination of Earth as the dominant species. The Silurians had grand cities made of metal, an empire. The Silurians, like mankind, had many political factions. However, this era was cut short. Some other scientists, such as Dr. Wallach, calculated that a small planetoid was destined to draw the atmosphere away from Earth when it passed very close to it, preventing the surface from being breathable. Because of this impending doom for the Silurian people, the government decreed that all Silurians should go into hibernation under the planet's surface in shelters and wait for the planet to become habitable again. After many years of preparation, the numerous factions, subspecies, and clans all sheltered underground in numerous places around the globe. One group of Silurians decided to leave Earth in order to escape the disaster, boarding the Silurian Ark, a spaceship carrying Silurians and several species of dinosaur. They placed themselves in suspended animation with the ship programmed to bring them back to Earth long after the effects of the upcoming disaster. We'll come back to the Silurian Ark later on. The Silurians were unaware the dangerous planetoid that they predicted would draw away the atmosphere was instead drawn into Earth's orbit and became the Moon. As a result, the Silurians were never revived, as the atmosphere was not drawn away from it to return to the planet. Although the atmosphere was never completely drawn off and the creatures on the surface did not suffocate, many mammalian life forms perished, whilst others survived due to the great forces caused by the Moon's appearance creating cyclones and tidal waves. During millions of years of hibernation, the reactivation machinery of the hibernation units deteriorated. Despite their intentions to punish Tulok, the renegade Silurian scientist, instead sabotaged a number of the hibernation chambers and destroyed them. Over the many millions of years since their original hibernation event, many of the Silurians have awoken from their slumber. In 102 AD, a group of Silurians joined together with an alliance of the Doctor's enemies in their attempt to save the universe in the episode Pandora Opens, which was broadcast in 2010. Prior to 1888, a group of Silurians was awoken by the digging of the London Underground. This led to the death of several Silurians. Vastra, a skilled Silurian warrior, who had been awoken by their digging, wanted revenge. The Doctor convinced her to live peacefully in London. In 1888, she resided with her human partner, Jenny, although she fed on human criminals. Around 4 years after these events, Vastra married Jenny. Madame Vastra then proceeded to solve crimes and stop murderers with the help of Jenny and the unlikely ally of a Sontaran medic named Strax. These three became known as the Paternoster Gang and helped the 11th Doctor through his times after losing Rory and Amy in the 2012 Christmas special, Snowman. In 1893, the Paternoster Gang and the 11th Doctor saved the world from Mrs. Gillyflower and her plans of poisoning and preserving the planet with the venom of the repulsive red leech. The 2013 episode, The Crimson Horror. Madame Astra also helped the newly regenerated 12th Doctor defeat the Clockwork Robot on the Madame de Pompadour sister ship in the 2014 episode, Deep Breath. In the late 20th century, a group of Silurians were awakened from hibernation by the energy from the nearby Nuclear Power Research Center at Wendy Moor. After disagreement between Ogdell and Morka over a course of action, Morka won out, killing Ogdell, and the Silurians tried to reclaim the planet for humanity by releasing a deadly virus. This plan was prevented by Dr. Liz Shaw of UNIT and the Third Doctor. When they had the cure mass-produced, after this plan was thwarted, they decided using their molecular disperser to destroy Earth's Van Allen belt, so that the sun's radiation would burn the humans to death, while allowing the cold-blooded Silurians to survive. But Liz and the Doctor stopped them again when they overloaded the disperser and the facility's reactor. Despite the Doctor's best efforts to broker a peaceful solution, the Silurian base was bombed by a unit. Events were shown in the 1917 serial Doctor Who and the Silurians, known as the Silurians.
Oh, here we go. Strange sunrise.
Are you a council or housing association tenant?
It's good to see you.
We stand together with Ukraine, and Ukraine continue to take Russian behavior, and we're going to continue to support Ukraine as long as Russia continues their aggression. And Russia can and should stop the war, and whatever they do, they can stop it tomorrow. But I'm glad we're on the same page in terms of supporting the Ukrainian people's right to be free and free of all Russian forces in the country.
Yeah, well, as you said, the United States is our closest ally, biggest trading partner, closest security partner, and I'm glad to see that partnership in action doing good, whether it's standing up to, and I agree with you, but barbaric activity by Russia in Ukraine, but also tackling climate change, stabilizing the global economy. Our values are aligned, our interests are aligned, and there's much good that we can do working together.
Wow, wow, wow. Apparently, America officials suggest missile hit to Poland was fired by Ukraine, not Russia. What a hype. Interesting.
We've heard world leaders have held an emergency meeting at the G20 over that missile strike in Polish territory. It's believed the missiles were Russian-made, but investigations are ongoing. Let's go live to Adelaide. I'm joined by Foreign Minister Penny Wong. Thank you for your time, Foreign Minister. This attack really highlights the concern that so many have had throughout this conflict that it could have the potential to draw in NATO. That's the risk right now, isn't it?
We've always understood that Russia's illegal and immoral.
I should end the stream on this. It's meant to be the sunrise. James, she's lost it, all right. Absolutely. Bonnie, whatever. It's hilarious that she threatens people with the same police that she claims abuse her. I know, she's just absolutely. I spent thousands to stay in a hotel at my back disability pay. She even just tarnished my character. Gosh, I think I'll try to help her
couple of years ago, all those years ago, when she was in that temporary accommodation to start with, one of them. And she cries wolf. She cries wolf. So I'm just going to... I just streaming the sunrise of England. I got woken up early and I saw her streaming. So I might as well just cover it. And I've got to go to sleep because I ain't had much sleep. I have a poorly foot. Isn't it interesting, eh? Right, so I've got to end my stream shortly. Just looking at the UK sunrise. Let me just mute this. Stop screen sharing now. I can't type back because I'm very tired. Yeah, James. I've subbed to you because I do like your videos that you've done. Sometimes you have to do things like that. Anyway. Yeah, good take on it, James. A very good take. Today, I'm just commenting about Bonnie, what she does. If you go and educatestuff.org, it's a website streaming above this channel. It's not mine, it's just a really, really good resource website. It's quite an old, quite a lot of the information is, a lot of the links are quite old. But be going to the psychological tactics, the trauma based. Initially, she comes across as individual trauma, and everyone goes through their different traumas, trials and tribulations. So much going on in the world, and she doesn't realise that there's bigger picture going on. I know too well, but I would never do repetitive I would never breach anyone's personal data, for one. You just don't do that, no matter how you disagree with someone. And I would never read trash the same information. And I never put you don't put certain private information up online. Especially the way the world is. Oh my God. And then she kept saying, I'm a tech phobe. Well, I'm a bloody tech phobe. We're not that brilliant technology, but I know the basics. And then, how did she get that new place? Come on. Anyone can work that one out. You don't get a new accommodation just like that in England without sucking up to somebody. What, you've been in a hotel, Bonnie claims. Now, logically, if someone was that desperate and you had $7 grand, and if that was me, I would have put a down deposit to rent a private flat or a bed sit, right? That will cost only about $1 grand to put your down deposit, and then in England you can claim eventually assistance towards the rent and council tax and things like that. You wouldn't stay in a bloody hotel for 7 odd months. What a load of BS. And then you cannot keep how the policy works in UK. You cannot keep your is this your channel also? Yeah, I've got a backup channel. 2 backup channels, this one, the other one. So just in case one gets taken down, you have a backup, don't you? So yeah, I just document what the evidence I go through without putting my face on camera. And I back it up with evidence. And then when you hear me, it's demonic things that when they hack your brain, you try to sleep and it's but yeah, in England, there's certain policies and procedures you have to go through, and you just don't. There's so many homeless people. You don't get a new place the way she's got it, just like that. Yeah, because there's people with serious physical disabilities that are waiting on waiting list still to get a proper place, you know. And she implied, oh, it's just around the corner from the hotel. No. And if you're with a male individual, common sense will tell you they don't want you in their flat or their home. There's something up with that relationship. My gosh. But anyway, there's bigger things to be concerned about, and it's a pity that she feels it's easy to go down the psychological route of feeling everything's against you. You've got to be careful, and it's a spiritual, in my opinion. It's a very demonic world we're living in right now, even more than ever. And it's demonic, but you can see the beauty in simple little things too that don't cost a penny. Anyway, on that note, I've got to say goodbye and end the stream.